Hi, I have been busy. Specifically within the scope of Greg, I mean. Last time, we ended off with, like a Blaze read, and I was excited because we could get more Blaze reads and finally have the power to make Eye of Ender and do Eye of Ender things. And I mentioned how I was gonna do a little cultivation work, perhaps, maybe. And I've done a lot of that. A lot of literal in-game time has happened, despite the fact that very little has happened materially. It's mostly just been farming. Crop cultivation in IC2. It's a little tricky, it's a little long, but I think I've gotten good at it because, well, check it out. I've expanded the farm. We had like 2.25 plots. We now have 4. One of them's pretty empty. But I'm now cultivating. I've basically cultivated to completion the Blaze Reeds. And with this, we have basically everything we need to just have Blaze Powder and Blaze Rods forever. But in my search, we've gotten quite a few mutated, like, crossbreeds into different types of plants. To help bolster our supply resources, I've created this filing cabinet with 80 million seeds in it, so those are all there. In case you're ever concerned. I've also upped our inventory management for stuff so we can get blaze powders and more plants and stuff. I made some more dirt, made some more crops, I've been working on the plants all the day. But now, in those mutations, I have found a second plant that I think is of immediate interest to us. This is the tear stalks. I've just started the process of cultivating them. And they're coming along. They could use some work, but they're coming along. But they're special because they give us ghast tears. Why do we care about ghast tears? I'll tell you why we care about ghast tears. Let me tell you what you can do with a ghast tear. You can convert it with ghast tear and water into potassium, lithium, and salt water. From that alone, you might be thinking, I see. You're interested in that lithium for maximum battery technology to solve the lithium crisis once and for all. And you'd be correct. Potassium also works for that kind of, though if you're getting both, may as well use lithium. But the clever, subtle detail is the salt water. Why do we care about the salt water? Because salt water has salt in it, which means infinite sodium. And, if you do this right, infinite chlorine. If we can cultivate bulk ghast tears, combined with the reservoir or whatever source of water we want to do, we get infinite chlorine. Now, I know that we've gone through an entire campaign of making sure that we don't need chlorine at all anymore, with the sulfuric acid doubling up. But this is still very good. Infinite chlorine. Future chlorine will be needed. Right now, no, but future, yes. And this is solving for the future. Now, because I'm actively on a stream and want to do different things than just sitting back and farming, I'm going to halt plant cultivation right now. These will grow, and then I'll manage them a little bit later. But stream time is for progress time in directions. This is just sort of a very, very slow build progress. So I'll get rid of all of the empty crops so that they can't grow weeds. Just make sure everything's nice and clear and good. And I think we are nice and clear and good. Now, if we want to check our hourglass of exactly how much time has gone by, we've now filled 4 charcoal barrels and are nearing filling a 5th. I have also gone through and processed a lot more ore material in the thermal centrifuge and macerator. Here's the results. We got a lot of pyrite, which I shall turn into regular old iron right now, using our patented steam oven. But we've also got good amounts of copper, which are in here. We've also got great amount of sulfur. We've really resupplied our supply, which is what we were doing. And you may recall the gallium mission. I have completed processing the gallium. My estimate was 75. Let's check the results. Now, I think there was gallium in here already. I don't remember exactly how much. I think it was 4. It was like 4 gallium. So whatever gallium's in here minus 4. That would be 75. We were right on money. It might have been more than 4. I might be misremembering. But the point is, we now have a stack and a little bit of gallium, a stack and a little bit of arsenic. We can just make bools. We can also make resistors. Sorry. Diodes. Resistors we can already make. So with this newfound technology and all the benefits that come with it, what's our objective? What motivates us right now? The answer is very simple. Oops. Dropped my pyrite. This has been happening recently. I don't understand why. I just dropped my stuff. Am I misunderstanding an input control? Anyway, not the point. The point is, we want to use this newfound power to do something. And now that we have blaze powder, we can make Eyes of Ender. And now that we can make Eyes of Ender, we can make these mechanical components, in particular the emitter. And if we can make the emitter, then we can make the advanced circuit assembler too. And if we can make the advanced circuit assembler too, we can make the mainframe. And if we can make the mainframe, we can finally start working towards space. So that is my goal. Absolute, singular, focused #1 goal today. It is to unlock the space race tab, which will give us the objectives for doing space stuff, in particular, making the NASA workbench out of many different things. Oh, that's interesting. You want me to sacrifice an assembling machine to make the workbench? Is that why you wanted me to build it? Fascinating. Well, either way, let's begin. In order to do all of this, we need to start with the first step. The first step is making the Ender Eyes. We take a blaze powder, we take an Ender Pearl, we make an Eye of Ender by putting it in a high voltage chemical reactor. There is no further complications. Let's begin. Right now we have this set up. This is set up to be a chemical reactor. Let's put in our blaze powder. Let's also check our Ender Eye collection. We don't have many Ender Pearls. And we don't have a convenient way to get more. The intended solution, at least the one I was taught by the quest so far, is to put an Enderman in your smeltery, but have that Enderman have like regeneration or whatever, and then it just bleeds into the smeltery, and you get a lot of Ender juice. And we could buy Enderman spawn eggs and do that, but it's not really the point. At the very least, though, we have some to spare, which is good. Maybe we can breed a plant that helps. Either way, we put this in here. Assuming this works like vanilla Minecraft, which I have no idea, we might be able to go to the end now and beat the regular game. That's exciting. So, next up is the high voltage emitter. We need chrome rods, gold cable, and high voltage circuit. Pretty big, tall order. Okay, I've been looking at this quest and I'm like, hey, free high voltage circuits, but I hesitate because PTFE is a material we can't make yet. It requires going over here and doing this quest. But we need PTFE for a thing. I think it was a multi-block of some kind. Was it this? No. Was it this? No. Air filter, drill, compressor. There was something. Mass processing. Maybe it was the... Maybe it was the distillation tower. PCB tactor integrated or distillation tower. Clean stainless steel. These are stainless steel, stainless steel. What was it? I remember thinking, oh wow, we're gonna need PTFE for this. I hope I have enough from the quest. Oh, was it the chemical reactor? Chemically inert requires PTFE. 1.5. So you get steel, you get PTFE, you get chemically inert. This is going to need an ingot and a half. And we're going to need more than a stack of it. Combined with the amount we need for the chemical reactor itself. And all of this makes the mega chemical reactor. Which matters. Sorry, the large chemical reactor. Oh, this is it. Guess the large and the mega are different things. So for this, we're going to need 27 ingots. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, PTFE, this is solid steel. So let's say 27 here. Block coils. 29, 30, 31. This is 12. 43. 44, 45, 46, 47. But it's actually 45 only. Because we only need one. And then 12 more would be 57. So technically, we can make the large chemical reactor perfectly off of the stack of PTFE we already have, coincidentally. Which means we don't need to take the large PTFE fluid pipe here. We can simply use the PTFE we already have. Which means it is okay for me to claim the advanced circuits here as a matter of laziness. So put that away. I've got the advanced circuits. And now we can make the crazy emitter thing. To remind myself, because it's been a few minutes. Gold cable, I've ender 4 chrome rods. Where is our chrome? Are we fresh out of chrome? Or are they in here? Or some such? They are in here or some such. We should get more chrome. I know we have a lot of ruby ore in reserve that we can juiceify. In fact, maybe there's more chrome in the juicer. There is not more chrome in the juicer. There's slightly more chrome in the juicer. 85 sec. Okay, so there is demand here. Turns out it takes some effort to get chrome into a usable state. Who knew? Oh, we're out of sandwich. That explains some things. Oh, more sandwich it is. Give me half a stack of that. Tomato. Cucumber. Onion. There. Go for the middle path. Fill that. And then I think we're good on sandwich. Excellent. Might need to make more bread. Okay, next step is we're going to need the... I put it in the hopper. We're going to need the literal materials to make the circuit assembler itself. Prepare that ahead of time. One, two. We have the arm already. So all we need is a conveyor module. So we need 4 motors. And we're good. Motor is 4x electrum, stainless steel, silver cable. Nothing we can't do. The rod's ready first. And since it's going to be chrome rods as well, we may allow ourselves to mix the inputs a little bit. Meanwhile, we can check our cable supply. We're going to need 2x silver cable. And I know we prepared some silver in ingot form. 4. Wrap these up and continue from there. Big thing's going to be the electrum. We need a lot of electrum for this one. Thank you, past self. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's a half a stack. Man, these things are getting expensive. They are really, really pushing me to do some bulk processing, huh? Guess I'll wait. And while I'll wait, I'll put some of the farming stuff away. We don't need it that much anymore. At least not right now. Okay, so the stainless steel rods are ready. Let's put them in position. The chrome should now be casting. We can make the emitter part of this equation at will, provided we have gold wire cable. We do. I'm just holding on to everything we need. Wire mill sounds done. This is going to be a thing. A situation like this, maybe I'm starting to see the potential benefit of an extruder. As the wire gets thicker and we need more of it, maybe we do really want to value that speed. Doing one last check of the farm, make sure that I haven't misinterpreted anything. Yep, everything looks good. Chrome's done. Let's make that first. 1, 2, 3, 4. Circuit, circuit. Cable, cable. Is it this way? Yes, it is. Here's our emitter. Technically speaking, it wants us to make the sensor as well. Which I suppose I can do. It's kind of blocking credit for the quest. Means I'll have to burn another HV circuit for it, but if it's for the quest, it's for the quest. Also, another thing I learned is that even if we don't use all the blazes for Eyes of Ender all the time, blazes are a source of sulfur and carbon. Dark ash, specifically. So no matter what, we can get more sulfur, more carbon. We can go into that economy. I'm starting to see the value in bulk producing everything. There's value in it. Okay, we're gonna have an inconvenient half of chrome at the end of this whole process, but it's for the quest. We're also going to need 4 more stainless steel plate. Bend it. How's my this doing? I haven't checked on it. Oh! Looks like I caught it just in time. This is going to be a dilemma. Actually, it doesn't have to be. The solution is to just take the quick lime out. Put in there. There. Oh, I forgot about in here. Oops. There we go. Nice, safely deposited. Half a barrel worth of quicklime accounted for. We're fine. I don't even remember what I'm doing. That's how fine we are. Where'd the polyethylene go? Wait, I think I remember I had to steal the polyethylene to make some farming thing. Maybe the filing cabinet. That's okay, though. We have more. Here it is. Right, no, it was to make the dirt because it needed seed oil. So I had to empty the polyethylene out of the system. Starting to remember all the things I did off stream. It's hard to remember because I just do them. And then they're done. And then I did it, and then they're did. Okay. Doot. Prep the chrome rod. Put the chrome rod in here. And then we can finally safely remove the rod mold. Let it stand as is. Okay, radar prepared. Get the final high voltage circuit we own. Put it in here. Get our ender eye. Put it in here. Well, we got that. We can get free silver, free stainless steel, a tier 3 loot bag, more technician tokens. I won't cash that in just yet. We can now make a precision laser engraver, which is important because there's like new bools in the universe. But that'll also require other cutting technology. But phosphorus is like new bool. And the big benefit of these new wafers is I'm pretty sure they give you more stuff per thing. Like, look, a regular wafer will get you 1 CPU. You just get more wafers if you dope it with phosphorus. So that's also desirable. Saves us money if we have phosphorus. Which we do. Well, starting to remember my objectives. We make the motors, we make the conveyor belts, and then we are good to go. I forgot the steel core. That's going to require rods as well. Moving into high voltage, I definitely think we've lost the production lead that we used to have. Because we were just about the point at low voltage where we could just make a giant collection of motors. But now the physical material requirements, 4x electrum wire, 2x silver, they require a lot of bulk processing. Something that we don't usually do for so few items. Right, we still got some... No, wait, does it have to be impure? I forgot how the ruby juicer works. Yeah, okay. Before the cleanse step. We put it in and some sodium hydroxide and we're good. Okay. Let's prep some more ruby juice if we know that chrome's a thing. There's our raw ruby ore. We can even use our new high voltage macerator, which will give us additional free chrome. Or red garnet. But I think we're in it for the chrome. Here you go, buddy. See a factory at work. Out of an abundant fear for the amount of benzene that high voltage stuff will be using, I've effectively left the pyrolysis oven in double up benzene mode. Keep this thing full as much as I can and just hope it's enough. Check it every once in a while. And if we have to stop, we have to stop. That's my fuel strategy for right now. It's not a very good strategy, but I'm doing it. That counts for something. Oh, of course, it's not the gold cable, it's the silver cable. Right. That's where we use it. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Gold cable goes here, along with 12 rubber. In plate form. Yeah, I stopped one short. What of it? We got rubber in here. Tier 12. Okay, now let's get the 2 of our 4... What is it? EV? Yeah, EV. I'm gonna have to start learning the names of the voltages above high. L, M, and H were very easy names to recall. But I can't rely on that anymore. We're going to higher echelons of voltage. Alright, let's do this. That here. I don't exactly know where everything's going. I'm just placing them in spots. Robot arm. The robot arm goes to the left. Then cable up and down? Not quite. How about this? Conveyor belts in the middle. Got it! Good. And with this, new technology options are available. With regards to that, we want to make the mainframe now. The first IV circuit. We need, as expected, a high voltage circuit assembler. We're going to need those coils, capacitors. We're going to need aluminum frame, molten soldering alloy. Annealed copper wire. Interesting. That's our recipe. We can do this. But first and foremost, we need to prepare the room to receive this. Last time we invented high voltage technology. Now we need to actually deliver. Where did I put it? I know we built the transformer. Here's the transformer. And what was the good cable on high voltage? I think it's silver. It might have been electron, but I think it's silver. Low voltage, high voltage. Here's the high voltage. Canthol is an interesting choice. Yeah, silver cable is the simple 1-to-1 option. It's the thing that we should really be using to transfer the electricity. But given the news that the assembly machine will be used for... I'm going to need a soft mount as well. I'm going to play this safe. But given the fact that the assembly machine is being used for the NASA workstation, maybe we don't need that immediately. We can just configure this that the transformer goes straight into the transformer. I'm going to restart that sentence. We can configure it so that the transformer outputs straight into the circuit assembler. So we don't need the high voltage cables, because they'll go 1-to-1. Give me that mallet. Can I successfully install electricity? So, it's currently in step down mode. We don't want that. We want to clear the machine as it currently is. We got the RAM. RAM goes in here. Machine is clear. Take out the soldering. That's not even enough. Co-op the single empty cell? No, that's doing 144. Okay, I have 2 large steel fluid cells with nothing in them. I will use both. This is a temporary arrangement. It doesn't have to ruin our logistics. Okay. The advanced circuit assembler. The advanced circuit assembler is clean. There's nothing in it. We can now remove it. I have removed it. Next up, cut this cable. Destroy this cable. I'm not taking any chances. Voltage transformer. Point up. Soft mallet. You are now in step-up mode. Put the advanced circuit assembler here. Then... oh. Then reattach the wire. Connecting up into the back, connect here. Why didn't that work? Well, all right then. The game has crashed. Cool. Well, what are we going to do about this? I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to launch the game again. I don't exactly understand why that broke. As far as I understand, that should have worked fine. Well, as the game reasserts itself, let's start thinking about this. It was a 4-amp copper cable drawing in power into the 4-amp to 1-amp high voltage. Like, that should have been fine. Interesting. Okay, so my current theory right now is that maybe because of the voltage loss across the system, it was technically drawing more amps than just the 4. Maybe it was drawing like 4.2 or something. And as a result of that, well, no, even if that happened, I feel like the cable would have just burnt, not exploded. This was an explosion. What am I missing? Was the cable not actually 4 amp? My thought would still be that it would just... Because it very specifically exploded. Not caught on fire. It blew up. And I guess the question to ask is, what part blew up? Also, how far back in time are we? Oh, we're right in the precipice of disaster. Perfect. Okay. Break these. You got stuff in you? Yeah, technically. Polyethylene is easily replaced though, so I'll pick that up too. Let's start with this test first. This is in step-up mode. It should be going from... Oh, I think I see the problem. I am... No. This is a 4 amp input. This is a 1 amp high voltage output. This facing is correct. So if I just do this alone, does it work? Yes. Now if I do this... No. Okay. Why? All right, that's gonna be a consistent problem, is it? Well, now. I'm getting conflicting opinions by the processes here. Let me force shut down some things because this is concerning. Okay. System's clear. Launch it. Go back to normal. So why did this happen? We put... Wait a minute, is it that simple? Is the problem truly that simple? Am I a fool? Is it possible that in my blind assumption on the machine I am holding, that I simply place down the medium voltage circuit assembler again, instead of the high voltage circuit assembler? Okay, that's my new running theory. I'm going to try the same test again. And this time I am going to confirm that the machine I am placing onto the transformer is indeed the high voltage circuit assembler. Because it may be as simple a problem as that. I really hope that's the problem. That's an easy fix. The fix is pay attention, you fool. Unfortunately, that's a case-by-case basis problem, and I have no idea if it will be something we're immune to in the future. But it means that my understanding of the electrical system is still correct. It means that it was operator error, not design fault. So I really hope that's the solution. Because if that's not the solution, then I fear what the real problem may be. That there is some aspect of the wiring system that I just do not understand. But if that's the problem, I can fix that problem. Anyway, they're loading Greg Tech real quick. Greg Tech's loading. Booting up Greg for the third time today. Just you wait. Just you wait. That's the ding of success. We got the load. Okay. Take 3. Please do not jump scare me with an explosion this time. Also, we can't really afford that explosion because it crashes the game or something. Okay, new plan. How about we take a backup from... Well, it would appear to be like 20 minutes ago. Restore that. And go back there. This may require us to reconstruct the machine, but that's okay. I want to get this right. Okay, we've got the emitter. We've got the... Where are we in the process? We are emitter yes, sensor no. Looks like I was preparing to make the sensor though. Did I put the next chrome in here? I did. Okay. So we're not that far back. Did I do this? Yes. Okay. We've gone back in time. Could you imagine Greg Tech hardcore? We would have been gone episode 1. Okay. Remember our training. Take the chrome out. Put the chrome here. Get this bag. Get that bag. Get this bag. Did I put the next Eye of Ender in here? Yes, I did. Place that in. There is our sensor. From here, just remembering each individual step that we've gone through to get to this point. This step is technically unnecessary. We have an HV hull around to use instead. You know what? I think 38 rubber sheets is enough for right now. Maybe I'm biased. Okay. Cable, wire, those parts. I need to remember or learn the names of... What have I done? I put them in the wrong machine. Another loop around we go. Oh boy. Let me just solve the universe real quick. Oy. Take those 3, take this 1, go to the polarizer this time. Thank you. Ay, yay, yay. Check, check, check. I guess I'll get the IV circuits. So, we're still not actually certain what went wrong. Also, it would appear that despite doing backup technology, the game acknowledges that I was murdered in the past. Which is informative and reassuring. This system is actually getting a little bothersome. Maybe I should move the elevator to above instead of below. Okay, retrace our steps. Take out soldering alloy. Put it in here. Take these 2 circuits out. Dolly this to there. Leave. You're done. Take 12. Here are your motors. Here are your conveyors. Conveyor, cable, emitter, arm, okay, arm, hull, good. All right. We're going for round 3. I really hope it's a simple operator error and I put the wrong circuit assembler in. I don't know what I'll do if that's untrue. Soft mallet. Pop. Okay. Full caution. Remove you. We have already prepared you for remove. Advanced Circuit Assembler 1 goes in there. This is the high voltage one. This is the one we want. Remove all the wire. Put you down. Angle you up. Soft mallet you into step up mode. Darn it. Okay, moment of truth. This is the high voltage machine. Rick, you as well. This is the high voltage machine. This is the high voltage machine. I'm holding the high voltage machine. I'm hovering over it right now. It says voltage in, high voltage. Please do not blow up. Okay. I think we can safely say that was the problem. I think we can now reasonably assert that the problem was me. And now that I have removed myself from the equation, we don't gotta worry about it anymore. Great. Great. Fantastic. Excellent. Now, assuming that that stays good, it's looking pretty functional. It's looking reasonably correct. Now we can make the mainframe. Actually, let's start preparing the system in general for being the mainframer. We want the soldering alloy to go back in there. We have our large steel fluid cells back in circulation. What do we need for this? We need 2 workstations, which is something we prepared earlier. Just prepare the circuit up on the thing again. And you. We need 12 coil and 24 capacitor. I've just partitioned them to the side for a second. So check, check, check. We need the 16 RAM. Very good. Now for the weirder stuff. So check, 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 check. We have these 4. We need 2 aluminum frame boxes. That's just aluminum rods assembled together. And we need 24 annealed copper wire. We can do that. Okay, Rodma. And then we get the annealed copper wire. That we have any prepared. But I do have some annealed copper lying around we can turn into wire. Actually, maybe we do. Let me check that here. This is regular wire, unfortunately. Okay. I'm a little scared of the machine in general right now. I know it's not a threat to me anymore, but it is. There might come a day when I just randomly select it, you know? Like I'm holding a wrench or something, I click a little wrong, I hit the transformer, I rotate it so that the high voltage is going somewhere else, and it just turns into a big old problem. It can happen. Here's our aluminum frame. We have it. We're holding it. It's here. Here is our anneal copper wire. Put it in, put it in. It's going. It'll be done in a minute and a half. Okay, all right. Genuine question, is there any reason to keep around the old basic circuit assembler now that we're doing all of our stuff through the plastic circuit board nonsense? Like, they all require a clean room at this point. Hard to say, hard to say. You know, Lark, I know you're here because you said something at the moment of explosion, but I have not received the Twitch live alert that says that somebody has made a clip. So I really, really appreciate your restraint. And again, maybe I'm also a little disappointed. That was really funny. You're allowed to. You can just do it. Mainframe. Mainframe. Excellent. Finally. After a iffy start, we are now in the space race. How do we do this? We want our high voltage assembler that we made before. It wants 2 mainframes. Well, I got a little bit of a problem there. I only built 1. Multi-purpose robot arm is... What the heck is this stuff? What the heck is this thing? Okay, you appear to be asking me to get Nether Star and a block of it, and to add water. Oh, well, that's just for cutting machine nonsense. That's standard. How do I get this? We can press 9 Nether Stars. Okay, that's one option. It seems like that's the only option. Okay, how do we get another? We could get Nether Star, or we could get Salus Mundus and some Null Catalyst. We could kill the Wither, as you do. We could sift it out of purified Nether Star ore clusters. We could take Nether Star dust from who the heck knows where and get some implosion on it. Hold on, does the quest say anything about this? The NASA workbench is used to craft your rockets and other related vehicles. Build it to start your journey into space. Hint, check out the Nether Star recipe, which uses Null Catalyst and Salus Mundus. Null Catalyst can be duplicated by adding magma cream, blaze powder, and a tiny pile of Nether Star dust. Also, if you're having trouble getting the Wither Skulls, you can make a cleaver or the Skullfire sword to help with that. So you're just expecting me to kill the Wither. Is that it? You want me to take some Salus Mundus, which is gotten from balanced shards, or infused gold, or glowing crushed stone? Okay. Okay, a balance stone is your your crucible. Okay, okay, we I did not expect science, space science, rocket science to be locked behind magic. Wasn't something I would have expected. Okay. Back to the Nether Star. We want Null Catalyst, which is acquired from Null Catalyst, Magma Cream Blaze Powder, and Tiny Pile of Nether Star Dust. I'm noticing a problem here, and it's that in order to make Null Catalyst, I need to have already acquired Nether Star. What else? What okay, how bad is this? Can I chart a path that makes it so I can just do one? What's it take to make a Nether Star? 1 Null Catalyst. 16 Sailless Mundus. So, in theory, I get a Nether Star. I can use it with a diamond flint and some magma cream to make 2 Null Catalyst. I then combine it with a bunch of Sailless Mundus. Well, one of them, one of the Null Catalysts I combine with Sailless Mundus to get another Nether Star. I macerate that and turn it into a tiny pile of Nether Star dust. I then take the second Null Catalyst, combine it with many of the tiny piles and an equal number of magma cream and glaze powder to get a lot of Null Catalyst. What this means is that so long as I have a source of magma cream, blaze powder, and Sailless Mundus, if I get one Nether Star, I can manufacture my own. The problem is I need a Nether Star. And that means I need to fight the Nether. And that means I need to fight the... Not the Nether, the Wither. Kind of confusing naming scheme, huh? Most likely that is what I need to do. Nether Star ore is found in the Mehen Belt. So that's probably not forthcoming. Yeah, it seems like the only option I have is kill the Wither. I need to kill the Wither. I need to figure out a way to inflict murder upon the Wither. Okay, back to the Sailless Mundus part of this for a second. There's bees that do it. There's infused gold. We can extract it from magic essence, which is a crop of some description, it feels like. I don't know. But it is also something that is duplicated using this. Okay. Hmm. Well, I was not expecting these complications. Okay. Well, for the time being, let's put the do low oh sorry, low medium high EI. Okay. Okay. Today has not gone at all how I was planning. This may have been obvious to you the moment that the clean room exploded. I need to think. I need to think. That is indeed an accurate description of how I look. I'm just looking and I'm pointing and I'm like, that is indeed what I'm doing. Oh boy. It's so much easier psychologically to pursue a goal of progression because a goal of progression is clear, it's direct, it's forward. A goal of general improvement and quality increase, abstracted like that, is difficult because then you need to question what's the best use of my resources. Do I go for the doped tools? Do I go for better ore processing? Like, where do I put those resources? One thing is clear to me. The factory we have made so far is inefficient. Worse than that, it is insufficient for what we need. The level of processing, the speed, the reach, the power. We're going to need a lot more of it now. Okay, I thought about it. I think I know what I want to do in the simplest case. I think I want to make a bigger factory. I think we're going to need to expand pretty heavily. And to do that, I think I want to like take all this area, make an enclosed space, or at least just a really big roof, and just have it. There's particular materials we want in bulk and in distributed. Honestly, it's a little bit easier to rationalize with the fluids. Like, I want an oxygen tank, I want a hydrogen tank, I want a chlorine tank, I want a polyethylene and ethylene tank, maybe. I want to just store up these massive reserves and then just deploy them how I need. For the actual machines, though, at the very least, like motors and rotors and, well, okay, motors and pumps and things like that, they're not getting any cheaper. Aside from better ore processing, which we're doing now, there's no way to make them cheaper. Those materials will take those materials, will take those materials. So what we need to do instead is ramp up production of those materials. Okay, let's start simple. Let's start basic. Let's start convenient. First thing I want to do right now is I'm going to make more super tanks. And then I'm just going to put stuff in them. Now we need a lot of low voltage tier circuits. So to do that, how about we enter the next era proper? What's it take to make a microprocessor? Okay, so imagine we do this craft 32 times. 32 plastic boards, 32 CPUs, stack of resistors, stack of capacitors, stack of transistors, a stack of fine copper wire mold soldering alloy. Let's enter the next tier. I still don't remember the exact ECE number we're on. I think we're on 3 ECE, but I'm not certain. Okay, it was resistor, capacitor, transistor. Transistor and capacitor already. Resistor is not. What do we need for resistor? Fine electrum, carbon, polyethylene assembler. I can do that. As the polyethylene, we needed fine electrum and carbon. We also needed fine copper wire from the actual craft. Do 16. 16 each. If we're going to fine wire, this should equate to 2 stacks, so maybe a bit of overkill, but I'm doing it. And then carbon. Do we have some spare carbon? We have plenty of spare carbon. Now just the electrum, and we'll be good. Don't make that noise when I say we should be good. It invokes the notion that we may not actually be good. So we do have phosphorus, which is an ingredient I remember us needing recently. Don't remember for what, but I remember it. So that's a phosphorus supply reasonably secured. How you going on the fine electrum? Going pretty good. What's the ratio on this? 4-1. Even a stack of the stuff is pretty good. Okay. Make some. As before, the bottleneck to this part is just more copper foil. So let's make more copper foil. Got the copper for it, we just need the foil for it. That ought to be enough. I hope. Sulfate here. Salt supply is all right. We already have 32 plastic circuit boards in the chamber, just waiting on the foil. We have 44 polyethylene sheets in the chamber as well, waiting on its own foil. So really, it's just foil. Foil, salt, and sulfur. The only inputs we need for this machine anymore. And when I say salt, I mean sodium. I know that's not actually correct, but you get the point. Maybe I will have to go back to farming. Other batch of Electrum is done. Let's just start the foiling. We want the plastic boards to be made ever. Oh yeah, that's going to be a problem. I suppose it was already a problem. Well, this should be enough resistors for a bit. I hope. So now all we need is the boards. 2 board. More board. And I forgot how long it takes to make a board. How many boards do we have already? We need 32 to make the stack. We have 7. Which means we have 10. Okay, let's just give that some time to run. It'll take about, I don't know, 7-ish minutes until that thing's expired a bit. What else can we do? I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. I mean, there's probably like several things we can do. It's just we have to focus our minds and do it. There's more to the super tanks than the circuits. We need the medium voltage electric pump. How many pulsating iron did we get last time we made pulsating iron? We have 17. Okay, we could technically make a lot of these, huh? Aluminum, the pump. The hermetic casing is a large plastic fluid pipe. And a bunch of steel. How about we first commit to how many of these large tanks we want to make? What materials do we want tanks for? Like, what fluids exist that we care about? Hydrogen. We already have one for oxygen, so we can skip that. Hydrogen, chlorine. That feels like it, really. Water, technically, but we have phenomenal production of water. We don't need to worry about storage of water. Now, the next idea could be storing liquid metal, like molten stuff. This is the problem. This is oriented around a goal of improving, but to what end? Why improve if we don't know where we're going? We want to go to space eventually. What do we need outside of this? So ignoring the nether star for a second, stainless steel, a display. That's just low voltage, iron, polyethylene, computer monitor cover, which is RGB backlight, aluminum and glass. Seems thematically appropriate. Another mainframe is just a matter of circuit processing we've done already. Hard wall, wet concrete, and energetic alloy. Energetic alloy is here at high voltage mixing, but we can do it with low voltage. It is black steel, gold, and conductive iron. Conductive iron is silver iron and redstone alloy. Or at medium voltage, redstone, raw silicon, coal, iron, silver. A lot of mixtures. Lot of mixtures. And then black steel is stuff. It's copper and electrum, and then nickel, and then steel. So inconvenient as it is, we can make it. There's also the wet concrete component, but we've done wet concrete before. We just have to remember the recipe and then do it. Clay, quartz, calcite, stone, water. Yeah, we've done all that before. Meanwhile, you take the advanced assembly machine and you put it in the thing. What about all these other things? Oxygen mask, heavy duty plates. Rockets require heavy duty plates for the main hull. Craft 37. Compressed bronze, compressed steel. These are made in an implosion compressor. Okay. Heck with it. Let's go completely new direction. I want to build that big room. I want to build it. What exactly are the bounds? We can relocate the farm here. This is mostly our food farm. But my idea is that we can take maybe 144 to 288. Then up to down. This is fully contained within the 192 sector. And these are all the chunks. How about starting from the corner of this chunk, one, two, three, four. I want to make a giant 4 chunk by 4 chunk square. Give it like a big old glass roof. Maybe some walls and stuff, or at least like walls that don't go to the roof. Like I want the roof to be really high and made of glass. We do that, and then we have this whole big area to sort of just build factory in. I want the entire floor to be at, let's say, water ground level. This would begin here. Let's mark the border. Where's the border start? Okay. This is the corner. Y level will be here. So I'm standing where the exact corner is. This won't even be standable ground. This will be probably where wall is. Maybe. Let's just focus on the floor for the time being. What material should we make the floor out of? I'm thinking we could maybe... something simple. Chisel the cobblestone into something that mobs can't spawn on. Is there a convenient chisel option? Yes, literally any form that is not this. Okay, and a chisel is easy to replace. So here's my thinking. We go with large cobblestone tile. We are going to need exactly 16 cubed cobblestone to fill in the ground. And according to my math, that is exactly 1 barrel's full of cobblestone. Well, ain't that convenient. All right, let's get to work. I'm going to start on the side of the factory that is, you know, less mission critical, so that I'm not getting in the way of machines as they're still machining. Here's the edge. I feel like maybe if I'm hoping that, one, this will be a good... I'm hoping there are benefits in me doing this. 1, 2, 3, 4, edge of this chunk. Physically, the space we gain will allow us to put a lot of machines. But I also think that just completely renovating and overhauling the environment will help me sort of psychologically feel that I have control to make big changes and I won't feel intimidated by them. So I can just do them and they'll be done and I'll have did it. Start you there. Okay, I got plenty of chests to sort of manage my inventory as this crazy idea develops. Keep the fundamentals for interacting with the world on me, but put the rest away. Yeah, seems good. Now get the chisel and do a lot of chiseling. In fact, we may want a second barrel to hold the cobblestone as we port it over to chiseled mode. Weird how the trajectory of today has gone. Wild stuff, wild stuff. If you were wondering why I was opening all those other chests, I was looking for more stone. Just to round out the barrel over there. But I'm sure we'll dig into a hill somewhere and need to just take those. Plus, there's like boulders strewn about. We can take one. I need to move the nether portal as well. And the twilight thing. Okay, there might be some more serious refactoring we have to do, but we'll get to that when necessary. Okay. All right. Cave, we want huge tile. Chisel's pretty durable. Cool. Let's put a few stacks away and begin. Excavator right here. The first stone. And then head this way. I imagine that there's some special Greg Tech compatible ways to make fancier building solutions. Like a way to just sort of fill the world with the material I want. I am entirely fine with just filling it in myself right now. Oh. Ran out on the stack. This actually is going to be a bit more industrial than the previous season's factory, which was a lot more like a laboratory. This one's just going to fill the world. Designed for bulk processing and just building. How about for the time being, we limit ourselves to this, like these three chunks, because they have nothing of interest in them. And they'll also give us a place to sort of relocate things in the interim. Yep, that's our two. And this is convenient because it's just out of range of the Twilight portal. I heard a noise. Oh, cool. Also, it's not lost on me that I can't see my map anymore. What happened to it? Hello, visitor. Oh, no, wait, this is the edge. Barely skimming the nether portal. I guess that's fine. Welcome to Impromptu Build Stream. I think the designers of this texture knew that people would have a million cobblestone and have a desire to build something out of it. So they made it very convenient, modular, and a little bit stylized. Which I appreciate as the person building with it right now. Last time I used a material that was perhaps a little too expensive. Should I worry about filling up the foundation here? Maybe I should. I don't want any like weird caves and stuff. And if I need to re-excavate it for a basement later, that's fine. And it's not that deep, and I have all this plentiful dirt to fill in the ground. Let's level out our foundation. The real environmental alteration begins now. Oh, and we can like make it themed. Like we're in the river right now. What if I put the reservoir outside of it and then pump it in as if we're getting water from the river? That'd be fun. Will the pipes be properly waterlogged, or will I have to just sort of sell the illusion by having it go through a wall? Oh, I could use one of the LV hatches. Just pump it in, pump it out. A part of me wants to keep a section of this place underwater for like a cool pool. But I'm sure we can make a pool later if we really want to. That said, I will let this squid partake in its own creation. I'm not going to evict the squid. The squid can leave when it feels like it. Now that's looking like a level foundation. Maybe not the most solid foundation, but I don't think we need to worry about the looseness of the ground we're building a building on in Minecraft. And also in this mod. Out of dirt. That's alright, we'll get more dirt by excavating the land. Hey look, more dirt. It's all thanks to excavating the land. Maybe this kind of detour into a creative expression, you know, the thing that you do in Minecraft usually, is just the thing I need to boost my morale back up. Oh, I missed this part. Oops. Weird that I chose to stop right there. So we got a cool idea for the water. What other cool ideas can we get? I'm explicitly starting the facility over here because I do want that to still be the farm area. My hopeful plan is to eventually move the bigger pollution generating stuff to this side. We're going to need big logistics for this one. What do you... Ah, from the title. That would be a combination of blaze reeds and tear stalks. Currently cultivating over there. But after realizing that I needed to defeat the Wither in order to do NASA workbench stuff, as well as magic for more Nether Star stuff, I decided to have a little bit of a mental break, and we are now concreting the world to make a giant factory. Also, I don't really understand what you just said. We'll get to that. I just want like a vaguely smooth, flat surface to start the factory ground. We'll variety it later. We'll have partitioned zones and stuff. Right now, I just need to cover the world. I just need to know that I've made an impact in the reality. It'll probably just be different stone. But I can have like cool line sectioned off parts of the stone in different stone. So far, so good. I want to replace some of the torches that I blew up. But at least I know that this ground isn't going to suddenly have hostiles. Theoretically, we're building a floor of exactly one full barrel's worth of stone, according to my calculations. Oh yeah, I forgot how dark it gets. Period. Not even counting the monsters, I just can't see well. Thank you. It's important that it's a little dull. You gotta live in it after all. If it's too extravagant, it's just gonna get obnoxious. Glad you're enjoying my first major ecological disaster project. All right, coming from this, where is the border? This is the border. So for the first phase, we're going to go this one, and this one. Let's find the edge of this chunk. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Confirmed. Enemy Strider destroyed. There. And we can go this way, and we'll go underneath the slime trees. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I am able to see again. Okay, this will be our L. All right, time for our officially mandated lunch break. Back to work. From here, we should be able to march forward and reconnect with the sector here. Yes, we did. Clear that because this is not part of the project yet. That part's just a safety measure. Encircle this. We should have the perimeter covered now. Rest is just the interior. I need some more barrels to stock the supplies as we find them. I want the skies cleared, so let's get the immediate adjacent trees out of the way. Congratulations, you get your own barrel. How's our unnamed as of yet buddy doing? Enjoying it down there? Okay. That's just, we didn't a name for this squid. For some reason, my immediate idea is like Clyde. Oh, you know, this might work well because we're right below the tree layer. Oh, lost our foundation a little bit. Very good. Now, aside from that little bit where Clyde the squid is residing, actually, we could channel Clyde out of here. Like this. All right. Off you go, Clyde. Have a good day. Great. 3 down. 13 to go. Maybe we can prioritize asynchronously. We can go further underneath the trees. That wouldn't be a problem. So let's say we do this one, and then at that point we just keep going. Let's try and chart out the absolute full thin perimeter. See what it looks like. So we want 215 from our current location. Okay, that was 115. And this is it. This is our southern border. Oh, we head this way. And at this point, I can just eyeball it. This entire lower section is not developed by us yet. So there shouldn't be anything in our way developing it further. Because we didn't even develop it the first time. How are we looking? I've actually gone too far. The border only stops here. Let's mark that and then head north. Yeah, this is north. And then this is another place we'll want to put in a good foundation. I wonder how I'll light this. I could embed some dedicated lighting blocks into the floor. I could spam torches some more. There's options. Turn that off for now. It doesn't matter here because this will be flooring. Edit stay. Clear to up here. I think I got lucky with my choice of altitude. That the parts above that layer and the parts below it sort of even out. So I can use my excavations in one part to fill in another. one of the advantages of building on a edge of a river. Clear. Moving this way. Now, how far can I get away with going this way? I can get away with going almost all the way. Going one more will hit me in line with the steam machines I've already built, but those can be easily moved. So maybe I just go one more forward. But first, we gotta fill in more terrain. Okay, we've reached a fundamental problem. Is that's gonna hit the corner of our boiler. We may need to grant that special permission to exist for now. Yeah, just perfectly, just barely clipping. What if we just pretend it's there? Yeah? I forgot about the smeltery as well, darn it. Okay, we're gonna have to do a lot of refactoring. Just start with what we can do right now. We cannot go any further. We can't fill in this part. How about we go in half, or I guess quarter? Chunk elements now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, let's just do half a chunk. For now. Now here, at this next chunk border, we can go another half chunk forward. From here, we're clear to go all the way. What the? Huh? We're back here. I didn't remember that that's how that worked, but I guess that's how that worked. Cool, where's my exit? There's my exit. Alright, we can use this as a... We can definitely use this as a basement eventually. Welcome back to the normal factory. Okay, for this phase of construction, the outer perimeter has been established. We're also going to need to establish an inner perimeter to protect these two portals. But that should be relatively easy because these are small and pretty isolated to a particular spot. So this will be our interior discontinuity, let's say. Bringing out the abatement terminology. The reason I'm focusing on this part right now is it's because the surface underneath the ground already. And I don't want there to be anything like that. Who knows what kind of evils could lurk beneath. Ones I didn't authorize, that's for sure. All right. So, in accordance with the construction protocol we're implementing arbitrarily, we have our exterior and interior bounds defined. And now we simply need to fill in the space in between. But first a nap, because the torches have been destroyed and I don't trust them. Next to all of the alterations I've already made to the environment. Looking good on the map so far. Let's focus on filling in the area here first. Raising up the ground is a little more involved than lowering it. Well, I'm out of dirt, but I do have some sand I can use in this part where it would seem thematically appropriate. All right, now I need more dirt. So we swap from working on filling the ground back to excavating the ground. And soon, hopefully, it'll all just level out. That should be enough for a little bit more. So are there any convenient partitions? There's this water section, which we could fill in. We could also fill in this water. Technically out of bounds, but I mean, this discontinuity is still under our jurisdiction. We still care about it. I suspect I'm missing a slime dirt. I was. Let's fill in all the too deep water sections and then fill in the shallow remains. Next is here. That's all the deep sections. Time for the shallowers. Good. Now this place is ready to be filled in by the stone. This section, however, is not. And unfortunately, the first thing we're going to have to do is remove this tree. There it goes. Yep, tree's gone. This tree will also have to go eventually, so it may as well go now. I remember I got those trees because the quest line was very adamant that I get those before going to the Twilight Forest, even though I didn't need them at all. But I got them, and they were got. Let's try and skim some of the dirt from the sunnier sides of the slime ranch. Wait, are we good? Right, no, this whole thing is a perimeter. We're fine. Wait a minute, isn't there an entire quest line in dedicated to making your base better? Yeah. Hello. Placing blocks by hand can be tedious. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to place blocks like another 9 here? Well, good news. Get yourself some of the various building blocks and I'll reward you with something nice. You can also just craft it, or the better one, with unstable ingots yourself too. You can upgrade the various other BBWs too. So this is a lot of... Okay. Huh. I guess that's a general purpose important quest line. Kind of like the axe. It looks like the axe. Let's see here. Sharpness blocks, a better chisel, I guess. Anti-block. What the heck's a lava stone and water stone? It's a water stone. Weird. Okay, whatever was broken stopped being broken. So that's good. Oh, I sleep. I slept. Now we take this entire section and we raise it by 1. Running out of dirt. Get more. Additional dirt secured. And there's like aluminum here. Very good. Now let's start filling in some of this ground with the actual tile stone, so that we may have safe land that doesn't have hostiles on it, even if we don't light it with every torch ever. Oops. Maybe I should be talking. I'm just sitting here making blocks, and it is satisfying and relaxing, but I feel like there's more I could be adding to the situation. Unfortunately, I don't really have a topic to talk about. That's usually a helpful thing to have. At the very least, I can say that the underground portion of this sector has been reasonably filled in, so no monsters should spawn. Do you think there's like some sort of narrative reason why mobs won't spawn on this type of block? It's just sort of slightly fancier cobblestone. Maybe they don't understand it. Maybe it's been processed so much beyond like natural material that it's become something purely artificial, and whatever causes mobs to spawn doesn't really work on something so artificial. Provides some immunity. I don't remember how much cobblestone we have yet to convert. Seems pretty extensive. I think we did slightly less than half. And now it's time to do the rest. I won't try to fill up my inventory so much with the new stone. I say doing that. Well, chisel time. To keep inventory conditions ideal, I think I'm going to fill in the sector here and this before dealing with this area, which still needs to be leveled up and maybe down. Though I'm looking at it, and it seems like maybe we already did level it. Maybe there's no more filling we have to do, just excavating. I mean, there's the filling over here, but we're not doing that part of the process yet. Now we got to start thinking about some design decisions. What are we going to do about walls or entrances? How are we going to set up that funny reservoir thing? I'm also curious how different my playthrough of Greg goes from other people's playthroughs of Greg. Because I, for the most part, haven't seen other people play Greg. I just know about it. And there are probably major gaps in my knowledge that more experienced or community-oriented people would have picked up on a lot faster. Like, for instance, the steam oven. I had no idea. From what little glances I've seen of other people's work, it's either like hyper dense, barely navigable mess of pipes and structures, or it's like these really big, spacious areas with like machines that just sort of sit there, and all of the intricate networking either is unnecessary or is like underground and you can't see it. So it's either obscenely clean or densely packed, and there's no in between from what I've seen. But I haven't seen much. I only got like 2, maybe 3 examples to go off of. Though I'm sure there are as many ways to play Greg as there are to play regular Minecraft. Very few people who are just sort of playing it to play it have a similar experience, and that's part of what makes it cool. No one out here is Gregged how I Gregged. Who out here Greg's like this? Nobody. Okay, that is some very good progress. Now let's get this oceanfront property. Riverfront, I suppose. There are no oceans in the world generation this mod uses, I've been told. Which is unfortunate, because in vanilla Minecraft, I very much enjoy using the oceans as a good way to go a long distance fast. It's my preferred method of exploration. You just go on an ocean and you just sail. Find some treasure, ransack the treasure, keep going. Eventually you do have to sort of establish a base, but I like using the ocean ways as a highway for wherever I am and what other locations I like to go. There was this one, like, Quint and Quint's Friends Minecraft server, which I got to participate on account of being Quint friend. And it was just... It was this particularly, like, circular area that was basically two large lakes joined together at the center by a really small, like, channel between them. And the thing I did is I immediately went to boat, explored the borders of these lakes, and established my post on one shoreline. And because the map was pretty much all the lake with, like, land on the edges, there are parts more inland than others. So for the most part, I was able to use the terrain and lack thereof to use the waterways as my go-to for travel. And it was nice. I made, like, a cool hanging city type of thing, dangled off of the roof of a place. I called it Lamplight. It was made out of mostly deep slate. A little bit of amethyst for flavor. But it kind of reveled in being, like, it looking dark. It was a very dark locale, and I pretty much kept it dark. The mod pack for that server was also... It had, like, 100% dark is 100% you can't see. So it really helped the atmosphere. I should also mention that the world itself was encircled by a massive bedrock wall with, at the edges, a sort of overhanging bedrock ceiling. So I built my little area into the bedrock ceiling as dangling deep slate stuff. This wasn't just some cave I found, it was the ceiling of the world. So that added to the spook factor. You look down below, pure darkness all the time. You could not see the floor. It was in 100% dark obstructed. So you were just hanging over an abyss of nothing, with an abyss of impenetrable bedrock above you. The atmosphere was cool. Okay, so look at all that we have filled in already. We only got, let's say, 6 that we can reasonably do. And then 2.5 remaining afterwards. That's pretty good. It's going to be excavation mostly after this point. Benefits and trade-off to that. As with all things. Let's start by finishing the perimeter to the best of my ability. I've seen people play big, technical, large-scale mods like this. So I have an impression of what a base looks like, even if I don't understand the layout. Perfect amount. Perfect amount. But in my mind, most bases I've seen are like strictly horizontal. Has anyone made like a really vertical base? Like you go and it's just layers upon layers of like almost a skyscraper, but in some way more grandiose. That's probably something easier to justify once you get to easy traversal flight technology. Maybe the elevator that we use for the clean room, perhaps. But more generally, like flying, the ability to fly. Because I think the reason you make things horizontal, and I think another thing I see is that sometimes the facility is entirely in a cave. Sometimes it's outside and it's just huge. But it's easier to make things horizontally because that's your main traversal. Also your main sort of observation. The way you can best rationalize and come to a conclusion, make decisions. The horizontalists. Looking at all this, it's just time to excavate. I don't know exactly what I'll do about the slime trees, because those aren't in the way, they're a critical part of my actual factory supplies. They're a farm in their own right. We'll need to have a thoughtful, considerate way of acquiring the resources and reallocating reallocating the land. The first order of business is clear the ground. Focusing on the trees because the trees are what will be gone when I take the ground under it. Easier to reach them now rather than later. Same with these cobblestone boulders. The ground gardens are going to be a tragic inconvenience. Maybe I should have started from the top and worked my way down. But this might work just as well. Oh, I made it. So this is the edge of the slime orchard. I'm going to avoid messing with it right now. It's another sort of just thing we need to keep around. So I'll remove the ground allowed. I'll move the ground around it, leave it there, and just continue on where I can. Gotta be careful though, my normal security detail of light is gone. There go the grounds gardens. A lot of stuff here. Hey Sheesh, how you doing? I really hope I don't fall into a cave like this. Okay, we didn't. Looking good. Looking like some progress is being made. Who could have predicted that? I was just about to say I better eat some food, but then I realized that we have free range food available. Let's eat some of this. Cool, I got a thing. We got rutabaga, sweet potato, peanut, rhubarb, radish. I'm going to pick up all the dirt so I can throw it away in one clump. More radish, an onion, peanut, carrot, sweet potato, parsnip. And just like that, nutrient has happened. You're allowed to. I'm pretty sure I saw a video of a child eating an entire onion. He didn't eat the entire onion. He took a bite out of one full onion. Though I'm also pretty sure that the child was adamant that it was an apple. So like you're allowed to eat an onion, but only if you're in the middle of mistaking it for an apple. That's the rules. For some reason. Okay, so we have this vaguely rectangular section right here. How about we fill in this with the new stone before we continue? Just to get us some progress on the theoretical final phase. This doesn't line up with a chunk border, so we are going to have to just sort of do it. And pretend we never cared. Oh, right, you can do this. I forgot you could do this. Oops, I picked up something else. Okay, so is it enough? The maximum bounds of this thing should be 64 because it's 16 times 4. This is a 4 chunk length. So one stack should be just enough. So if I follow my made up protocol, I do make it. And my made up protocol is reload when your back presses up against the thing. Oh, and that makes the fact that it's a barrel really simple. Because one side is 16 by 4, and this side is 16 by 4. Why would I have a building wand? I only learned what that was like 30 minutes ago. Okay, so there are like two theoretical ways that I can get a building wand that I know of. One is to do the quest, which requires me to get some absurdly esoteric materials of the building variety of many different forms and shapes, which I probably don't have. And the other is to just make one myself using unstable ingots. And I don't know how to do that. Look, I'm just some guy Gregging. If you want to know how well I can Greg, this is my second attempt at Gregging, and I'm calling it Season 3. That should tell you everything you need to know. Hey, looking pretty nice. So let's call that 2 remaining. So it would be 1, 2, 2, 4, 6, 8. So 2.5 to go on what's cleared for takeoff. Let's do everything that isn't underneath the orchard. And then eat all the various different plants. There's the threshold of the gardens. I want to wait to breach the threshold. Okay, it's nighttime. We sleep. Can't afford to stay awake. The floor hasn't been installed. Okay, what did we win? Aluminum gravel. Nice to see, I guess. It's free gravel. Well, no, it's free aluminum. That's the part that matters. All right, let's take some of these foods. We got potato, carrot, a beet. And we got more rutabaga. Worried about the diminishing returns, but it seems like we're not there yet. And then a bunch of sweet potatoes. Guess we can keep those around. Okay, let's fill in this floor. Ah, perfect. Chunk aligned. Maybe we should just collect the gardens that are here. They are useful. They're part of the Hunger Axe quest. And if we're going to be making a dedicated farming world, we want to make sure that we have the things we want to farm. Who knows? We might be able to make more advanced sandwiches. Looking good here. I suppose we can fill in under the orchard. Ooh. Lucky me, this is a chunk border. Now I can cheat and make it look cooler. What does a Greg expert do with all of their excess dirt? What's the protocol for that? What am I building out of it? Can I process it for free stuff? I can make fertilized dirt, and fertilized dirt. Topiary grass. Land rod. Floating white flour, floating other flowers. Slime mud. Dirt soil. We can cook it into dried dirt. That might be interesting. You can chisel it into more exotic stylized dirts. You can make the dirt chest 9,000, but I already made the dirt chest 9,000. Garden soil, I suppose, is always a decent option. Compressing it's also potential. You can make mud. I think I remember mud being a part of clay. Yeah. We can turn dirt into clay. That's actually really compelling. We get a dirt production line, we can make a clay production line. If we can make a clay production line, we can make an aluminum production line, among other things. But aluminum's the one I remember right now. Pretty good. We're running out of stone that we need. All right, in you go. Let's just do a nice conservative 6. 7. That. Then there's all that over there, which we'll need to do later. Yeah, we were just watching the spider for a bit. Seemed like it was up to some sort of spiderly action. Part of me was confused as to how it got there. Part of me thought, oh yeah, it's one of those ghost spiders. Probably just snuck in from underground somehow. And then the rest of me was just sort of watching it as it burns to death. Alright, let's do a little bit of material conservation here and actually pick up the gardens. After all, it's free food. And I do have an objective of making like a sandwich house. Yeah, there's definitely some sort of underground thing going on around here. I miss my mini-map. I lost it in the war, and I don't know how to get it back. I think this will be enough. All right, we did it. We filled in all the parts that we could reasonably do right now without messing up the factory. Now we can start thinking about ways to mess up the factory. I mean, what we should really do now is prep the slime for transit. And I think I have an idea on how to do that effectively. Safety sleep. Okay, that was the sound I heard. I knew it was a slime sound, but I wasn't certain if it was because I broke something or I just interacted with it. Turns out it was merely interaction. Let's clear the inventory and then we can deal with the slime. In you go. I guess we don't need the stone around. All right, begin scheme. We don't need to worry about saving the saplings all too much because we have plenty of saplings back at the base from previous cyclings of the orchard. In addition, we don't need to care about every single one of these trees because we have plenty of room elsewhere. All right, prepare to launch in 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. Cool. Let's pick all this up. Good enough. Didn't even need these. And it's perfectly on the edge of the territory. Very good. Alrighty. Well, that's the floor. I guess now we have to start moving things. And I guess the safe and reasonable way to start moving things would be to... Okay, we didn't lose our ore data in the crash earlier. We just lost the mini-map. So, things we have to care about. The steam machines, the portals, and the food farm. Everything else is not in range. And the smeltery, I suppose. Let's start with the smeltery. It's the most forward. Seems like the best way to go about this would be to simply empty everything in the smeltery right now and just let it pile up. Best way to do that would be hopper into chest. Let's just redirect it. Bonk. Boink. And then turn on the infinite rotation. I need a piece of redstone to turn on the infinite rotation. Go forth. Wrong location. There we go. So this should, for the most part, clear out the smeltery. Some things may have a bit more trouble than others, but overall it should be fine. If we lose like half a cobalt, I'm fine with losing half a cobalt. We had a lot of steel in there. I guess I was planning to make a lot more molds. And I will. Once we start getting dedicated fluid solidifiers for particular things, forming presses, we're going to need them. But for right now, they just serve to denote our progress. Actually, let's say we do a... Are you implying we can't make a block of steel? Actually, that makes sense. They would. Okay, fine. You do not have to recognize Excels. It can be unfamiliar to you. It can be just some ethereal piece of unknowable stuff. Okay. No, you've activated Lark's special ability. And there it goes. One thing I suppose I can do is I can make the water shallower where I'm going to build later. Even if I don't finish building it now. Okay, actually, I need to query a question from society. Uh, oh, I've lost map progress, just not the. Okay, so the entire journeyman's thing's just been destroyed by the crash. Good to know. Either way, we have this river. In your opinion, which way do you think it's flowing? From the northwest to the southeast, or from the southeast to the northwest? Let me get rid of the grid for you. Okay, so it's from the southeast to the northwest. That makes sense with the melting ice. All right, thank you. I suppose we could even narratively say in the future that this factory taking all the water is what's making the desert the desert. But that's a little bit of a retcon we're not at yet. I'll retcon it later. It does make things a little more complicated. I guess we wall this off. We'd have to fill in some of the water this way. But when we do, the reservoir will go nicely there. That sounds absolutely convenient for what I'm doing right now, but also generally terrifying. Okay, let's start under the farm. Easiest to reach now before the great upheaval. That's an idea. Maybe that can be the one that Acela, because Acela wants to do a technical Minecraft mod. So maybe that can be season 4. Just season 1 of a different thing. I guess that counts. Oh, it's going to be tough to reach. There we go. In. Okay, that should be everywhere underneath something. So now we just shallow it out. I needed significantly less dirt than I thought I would for this. Not too late. There could be more dirt to be used. Here we go. This is the big section. Keep forgetting to reload. Okay, this sector clean. Time for this small square. Now, all the land except for this bit behind this wall has been leveled to the correct altitude for what we're doing. And I guess I can level this land too, save for this literal corner under the boiler. If I simply move this chest over here. Arguably, I could also move the steam machines themselves to the other side of the pipe, though they are dangerously close to the fragile water entry tube. And it's only really a temporary solution because I would have to relocate all of this anyway because the boiler needs to move. The moment I commit to this is the moment that the factory will need to be refactored. All the steam, all the water, all the fuel, it's gonna clog up somewhere. It's clogging up as we speak. I need another barrel. How bad is it? Oh. Well, it can be a little 2-barrel. Okay, maybe I just missed it. Maybe everything's fine. Actually, everything's looking fine. Great. We need to do something about these. Maybe mass macerate them into dust, get like 1,000,000 carbon dust. That's something you can do. Make carbon dioxide arbitrarily. Pyrolyze it into coal tar and small pile of dried earth, which you compress into dirt. Okay. Wait. That's our infinite dirt. So infinite charcoal, which we have, moves to infinite dirt via this method, along with making more wood tar, which is good because that's our benzene. Then becomes mud, which is infinite mud because it's infinite dirt and infinite water, and then becomes infinite clay. And when it becomes infinite clay, then I think what we would technically do is we would macerate it into, no, we would compress it into clay block. Then I guess macerate it like this in the clay dust. Okay, the exact ordering doesn't matter. Point is, we get it to the clay dust. Then we can electrolyze it into sodium, lithium, alumina, silicon dioxide. Become dirt. I like this plan. I have to imagine you can farm infinitely like every single resource in the game. in some way. I especially have to imagine that because I am fairly confident that there's somebody who is playing Greg Tech New Horizons starting with nothing. So if they had anything, they had to get it infinitely themselves. And if you can get it, I'm suspecting you can automate it. That kind of feels like the vibe. Well, I can fill this up more at least. Not here. Do da 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 da. Got paranoid for a second that I was accidentally clogging the theme exhaust. But I think they're good. Yeah, all three of them are on this side. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Right on the precipice. Just the steam boiler is awkward. Speaking of awkward, how's the smeltery doing? Still sifting through the steel, I see. Only 2 left. At some point, the material in here I don't care too much about, and I'll let it void. I'll void it. Not like we used the smeltery much for anything. Mostly just aluminum, brass, and mold making. That's some good steel, though. Entering the part where I am going to have to babysit it, though. If the moment it hits something it can't cleanly put into an ingot, it will stop. And we're about to be there. Let's go with molten copper for a little bit. That should solidify quickly. As soon as this solidifies slowly. There we are. Does Ender Pearl work in this kind of mold? No, we are going to need the gem cast. Just the one, though. Pause for a second. I want to salvage some of the seared stone inside. Okay, back to your regularly scheduled infinite loop. I say, putting the redstone in the wrong spot again. So the blood, this seared stone, and the nuggets of molten copper will be lost. And I do not care. So that's about that. All right, off you go. Let's start cleaning up shop here. The smeltery will return. Convenient self-cleaning setup. Good job, Hopper. Ooh, careful here. Do not want to accidentally flood the universe. Who knows? A water could trickle its way into something that catches fire and explodes. Ow. Okay, yep, that's consistent. I guess just radiates a field of effect of injury, even when it's not fully formed. Impressive that it still works like that, but not ideal. Cool. Now we can technically move a little bit forward. Let's move everything unquestionably out of the line of work. In fact, let's move them towards the blast furnaces. You and you, the two aspects of the smeltery, can go here and hold within you all of the aspects of the smeltery. You're just some dust. I kind of wanted to. The reason I made this platform far that way is also because I wanted to keep the house intact. I want that to be sort of the visitor center. You know, for visits. People coming around to say hi. I want to make sure I can say hi. Okay, less dirt, more stone. Right up to the problem. High pressure boiler tanks corner. The steam generators. If I'm going to be moving the water over there, I should probably move the steam machines over there. After all, they need water to boil and become steam. All right, let's just start cleaning this up then. Another thing I'm going to tragically lose is my bread slicer. One of the few electrical components in this factory that's still powered by steam. For now, at least, the steam boiler can be the corner of the factory. From here... This works because the water is already flowing on the other side, so this part doesn't need to be the part with the water on it. Everything's good so far, but we're really cutting into what we can do without messing up everything else. Soon we won't have a choice. At the same time, part of me thinks, why do I need to care? Everything I've built will be rebuilt. It's not like it's going to cost me material components just to move the factory over from one location to another. Like, it's fine. It should be fine. And if we want to start using the factory like a factory, we can just do it. Still, the commitment is scary. Even scarier commitment's going to be moving the coke ovens, if we do. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Let's just break the machines. Put them on the regular factory floor, because that's where they're going anyway. But I happen to have my crowbar with me. Yes. Ditch the things that don't matter right now. Disassemble the steam grinder. First off, turn it off. I don't think that does anything meaningful, but I'm doing it anyway, just to be sure. Okay, steam hatch is gone. Input and outputs are gone. You're gone. The rest is just a hollow shell. And then we'll just move it to a chest way over here. And we'll organize it by what it is. Oh, this one must be a pickaxe. Interesting. All right, oven. 7 of 8. Where's the last one? There it is. You go. Okay. Move these over. Now that I've started the process, I feel a little better about it emotionally. Okay, time for the big one. The centrif. Take all of its stuff, put it over here. The limonite that flanks it can be set to the sides so that I know they're related. The glue for you. Let's also get crowbar on this. All right. The great deconstructor. Do 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 da da do da do do do. Multi-block no more. I'm gonna have a real time checking if I have every component I need. It's mostly bronze plated brick. I can just get more bronze and brick and plated. This is probably the biggest visual upheaval to the factory we've had in a while. Probably since the creation of the steam machines themselves. Maybe the EBF, because the EBF required a... No, obviously it would be the farm. The farm, the creation of the things, the pyrolysis oven, that would be the biggest upheaval that we had previously. This, though, even ignoring the giant platform of cobblestone I made, this is a pretty big deal. $65 specifically feels very correct. Like a memory is being invoked in my mind. Check this out, I can float, and then I unfloat. And then I float, and then I unfloat. Silly little interaction there. Only 3 bronze firebox casings for this? Yes, it is only 3. Great. Thank you, blueprint menu thing. Put all of this over here. Carefully partition it and don't sort the machine so that we know what's what and who cares. Great. Now, all that's left is the boiler. And the consequences of my actions. The boiler should be fine. After all, it's fueled by creosote, and it's basically empty. Now the factory is going to back up because of this, but that's inevitable. Going to the wrong boxes. It's all there. The steam component of my factory has been disassembled. And frankly, it's not mission critical to have anymore. The only big thing I'm losing as a result of this is the bread slicer and the convenience of the centrifuge. But I have other centrifuges. The macerator is also convenient. It's faster than my high voltage one, and costs less fuel. But I'm increasingly using the high voltage one because of all of its benefits. Go just a little bit further, a little more. Let's move all these tanks and inventories out of the way of development so it doesn't interfere. That'll work. Ooh, I'm fast now. Okay. Got about half a stack of stone. We're going to need a little more. Let's say like... Actually, I can calculate this exactly. Grid lines, please. Thank you. So assuming that goes there with what we have already, we are going to need 4 more stacks, I feel. I have not been counting this whole time. It might just be 3. But I'll take the 4. Give me some dirt to fill in some ground, and back we go. Noom. This is exciting. This will finish off the full proper outer perimeter, save for the tomato patch. We have a decent stockpile of tomatoes and cucumbers and stuff. And as we process it here, we can get it, give it to ourselves, and have more food as we go. That said, the longer that the farm here is out of commission, the more perilous our food situation becomes. So we want to make sure that we restore it quickly. Okay, that explains why I did that there. Okay, time to fill. I suppose we don't need to relocate it that extremely. We could just turn it into... We could just move it upstream or downstream or whatever direction stream we want to. For the principle of the farm, it makes sense to keep it around there. That said, if there's one farm I'm completely fine with getting rid of immediately, right now, without plan for replacement, it's the cotton farm. This is going to be more difficult than I expected. Just barely on the edge, you can get the excavator shovel pointed down, even though there's a crop there. Now, these water edges we can't mess with quite yet. So simply fill in where the cotton was for now. Okay, all that's left is the wheat and the tomatoes. Let's treat them with the proper care and attention. I'm preparing a chest for it. Double chest, too. Okay. Now we'll dry up the farm. Everything will suddenly become a disaster. As planned. As someone once schemed long ago. And then excavator. Much easier than the cotton. And I was indeed very correct with how much material I needed. As much as I'm only physically removing the tomato farm portion of this, the entire farm will struggle as a consequence of my actions. There is no water that reaches this deep in, so these will dry up. That said, I could fix this by moving the glow flower crops away. And that's not a bad idea. Give me the potato back. There you go. Whoa! Secret compartment. So by getting rid of the glow flowers that I've disowned, and then just filling this section with a bucket of water, the rest of the farm can survive. There you are. And we can even continue the farm this way. We could replant the tomatoes. Maybe make a section for wheat over there. I don't know yet. In principle, we're going to have to sort and organize and actually like farm all of these things individually, but that's later. And with that, the perfect amount of cobblestone, one entire barrel of cobblestone, as ordered. Oh, wait. We still have this section. But this section is exactly half of a chunk. So we know it'll take exactly 2 stacks. So let's make 2 stacks and put the barrel over here for later. All the stone we need. I'm checking the map. Look at that. It's like squarish in form and shape. But I'm bothered by this tree overhanging it. Let's get rid of it. Big tree. Okay, we have something here now. What it is pretty nice. Oh. Almost got me with the fact that barrels don't. Or barrels will let stuff spawn on it. It almost tricked me. Away. These away. Tomato away. All's well. We have a platform. And now I'm compelled to fix the sponge situation over there. Let's amass every single bucket I own, which appears to be 9 of them. Perfect amount for this, actually. A lot of our work here has ruined the local ecosystem somewhat, so we need to make sure to fix our lighting for safety. What? There's a block that you can walk fast on. Hmm. I see. But I think brownstone is what we used last time. So we got options. All right, back to the water situation. Water, 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 and water. This may be some trouble to fix. I'll take responsibility. It is my fault. If I go out of my way to shallow the water, or make this sort of arced in, like I make a wall here, that might be a better way of doing it. And then we could just fancy up this sector, make it look cool. First, identify the actual border of the water. Okay, so in terms of source flow in the river, this is the border of the water. That's good to know. For some of this, we can disguise it quite well by just saying that the river flows more that way. And then that sort of channels it up nicely for entry into there. Could have brought more sand. We're making a story out of the local environment. I could even make some sort of like canonical brick wall here to show that I've redirected the water into the factory. Now that's stylish. The super deep area can be covered in with dirt, simply because we don't care what the material is this low. And I'd like to save the sand for the upper areas so that it looks like the edge of a river. Now at this point, I'm holding off on using the dirt because this area might be exposed from the water. Cut off this water right here, but this will sort of be the theoretical input water. Like it's going into... We'll find some block that kind of looks like a grate, and it'll flow into that. Maybe even under it, if we're willing. How's that look in terms of, like, half artificial, half natural? I've made an attempt to redirect the sand flow into here. Kind of works. I'll take some of this corner's edge and I'll move it over here to sort of buy the illusion without having to buy more water. Okay, what did we win? We can skim off a bit more. I think it's looking good. For what I've done of it yet. W's. Let's finish up the actual terraining. And I think it's fine if we only do the illusion at the surface layer. If the water underneath all of this is flowing downwards, I think that's still okay. We can imagine it's the current of the factory flowing into the underground workings or whatever. But first, we want to fill in the top surface while the water is shallow. So I'm going to quickly dump off my sand and dirt here, all haphazardly and such, and go back to the full hotbar of water situation. Also eat a quick lunch. The luncheon. I can just do this, right? So when filling in water, you want to look for locations that are next to flowing water. Like you find a water that's flowing, the block it's flowing into cannot be a source. And through this, you can kind of process of elimination your way through. Oh, we could even use like creosote as like some sort of polluted water on the other side. That'd be fun. I don't know what happens when creosote and water blows into each other. I am eager to find out. We have a good system. How many more trips do you think it'll take? I'm thinking 2 or 3. That's based on no real estimate. Doot, 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 doot. And my intuition is that my estimate is too low. Whenever you're building, you need more blocks. When it comes to simple like visual construction like this, I don't really take the time to count out how many blocks I need. I just get a bunch and I bring them. Yeah, it might take a few more. We'll wait them out. This is going to be real fun for the next thumbnail. People are going to be confused. What the heck? Why'd he go back to the old system? Wrong, it's floor. One or two. Depends on exactly how much water requires. But then we get to go to sculpting, and that'll be fun. Maybe I should find the great block that I am going to use. The steel fire box thing kind of looked like it fit the part. Okay, I think this is the final trip. It's all just individual pockets now. What if you could fill up a bucket from the pipe? Like if it's got an open end just pointing out, you can just right click it with a bucket and pick up the liquid. That'd be neat. Clear. That saves me a little extra. Do a nice bit of landscaping. There we are. So like canonical sand break, water flows into here instead. I may want to lower this by a few blocks to add in the grate. Where the heck is this zomboid? They're just underground somewhere. I'll have to deal with that. Did I make that? It's good. No, these are integrated circuits. Yeah, these like bronze firebox, steel firebox, tungsten steel firebox. So I think the steel firebox casing probably fits the bill as like some sort of water intake mechanism type deal. So I think it's what we should use. But then secretly on the interior, it's just going to be like a reservoir or two with pipes coming out of it. And that'll be the ruse. I like this ruse. I like this snooze. So how wide is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go with 7. Now we can go with the full 8. So let's say we make it 3 deep at this point. Maybe I'm already going into like aesthetics. This is great. So like I'm thinking like an 8x2 grid of firebox casings of steel. So how many do we need? How much is it going to cost is more the question. So already this is going to be 2, 2, 4. So it's 8 per. And so it's 8 times 8 times 2. So we need 2 stacks of steel dedicated to this project of pure aesthetics. And you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. And frankly, it's easier than it's ever been. Just do this. So while that's going, let's take some steel we prepared earlier and get the ratios right. This is going to be 4 times 8 times 2. Oh, okay. Yeah, interesting. It's exactly half plate and half stick. An interesting coincidence. Bonk. Badonk. So those will take some time. Meanwhile, we can prepare the intake area, which is to say excavate the ground and make it look good. So this is a given. We need at least this much. But pretty quickly, we can thin it out along the edges. Until we just sort of naturally combine it with the regular river. Wow, there must be a cave like right beneath the surface. I can hear them. That would probably be for the best that this connects. And we'll do that little bit because that makes it seem natural. More sand here. Now that looks fancy. You can still kind of tell that it's not like a natural generation. But I think the illusion sits there for a bit. Like, it'll take you a second, and maybe you just don't look. But I think overall it looks nice for what it is. We can also fancy up this edge, maybe fill it with sand, make it feel like a taller intentional break. Put some kind of wall here. Okay, but like seriously, what's up with the... They're like laterally below me. Oh! Now there is just a cave here. Not really prepared for spelunking, but I do want to get rid of the threat. Hello, the threat. How are you doing today? Okay, threat eliminated. Let's go light up this cave to the best of my ability before I run away. Oh my goodness! This is what's here! Hello. Interesting. That explains the resilience, the skeleton-itis. And this is the other end of the cave that I fell in that one time. I see now. And this part's just some lava that I don't have to care about. It all circles back together. Ain't that wacky? Unfortunately, we are in a lull period in our food cycle. There we go. We got through a cycle. And yep, here we are, this cave. I don't like this cave. Alright, mystery solved. And threat eliminated. Mostly. At the very least, it'll come from further away. Okay, the bending is complete. And there's nothing to do with the bending except wait for our signal. We want a circuit setting of 13, but we need to be careful because we need to adjust the rods first. And that's going to take a while. One stack of rods goes into the frame box. The other stack is supplanted with the steel plate to make the final firebox. And this circuit setting is known as, I think I've gone too far, U. Circuit setting 4. Well, you're on circuit setting 4. We just wait till 64. And then it'll be parallelized slightly as we wait for the other rods to finish. By the sound of the sound I don't hear, these are finished. Put these in the EBF while we still have an EBF here to put these in. Nope, wait. I forgot a step. We got to convert these into raw dust. Step after that is fairly simple, and I will prepare it ahead of time. We need a stack of oxygen. We have a stack of oxygen. Put that in the liquid chamber of the EBF right here. And done. That'll make 16 of those. We wait for the rods to finish, and while we wait for the rods to finish, we wait for the iron to finish. The iron is finished. Put the iron in here on circuit setting 10. Might be 11. Yeah, it was 11. We're going to have to be waiting a bit longer for those rods to be done. But it's okay. At the very least, we can now prepare the assembly machine for that craft. It is circuit setting 13. Not a common one used. 16, 64, we are simply waiting on the rods. In the meantime, I don't know what to do. I'm just doing what I'm doing. And it's working. I still can't really envision what the full building looks like. But I do think that what we're doing here, is a good start. This might thematically lead to more things. It might lead to us needing to make a equivalent sector over here that'll pump out water. Maybe the creosote. Just get a bucket of creosote and dump it over the edge. Make it look like... Oh, while we're here, we can do that creosote water mixture test. I want to see what happens. Bucket of creosote. Bucket of water. Make ourselves a little test chamber. Okay, creosote ready. Water ready. In 3, 2, 1. Okay. It would appear that in the case of creosote, the creosote physically overwrites the water. I see. I didn't really expect that, but it happened. And that's why we test. I guess that means I need to be careful if I'm dumping creosote over the edge here. It will kind of interact with the water in a deleterious fashion. With the rods halfway done, well, 75% done, but with this batch of rods halfway done, I'll take this half and I'll put them into the assembler so that we can start getting the first 8 fireboxes. Bonk. I can't wait. I'm putting this half in now. I'm installing it. I'm doing installation. What am I doing? Installation. Okay, to stop it from looking good until all 16 are in, I'm going to do it zigzag like that so it doesn't look like it's finished. That's my ploy. Waterlogging blocks wasn't in this version of Minecraft, right? I can't just put like a slab in the water and it look correct. I don't remember when they added that. I'm going to put my extra bucket of creosote here for safekeeping. I'm enjoying the sort of environmentally inspired design we're having. Because nobody else would have this design because nobody else would have played on this exact seat in this exact place. This is a story only this factory could tell. And I'm a big fan of telling stories through incidental nonsense accidentally happening. That's like my specialty. Or at least it's my goal. Why I did remake the Empire. And why I'm so dang insistent on making a documentary about it. Out of it, I suppose. Come on, one more. What are these used for normally? In like multi-blocks? The high pressure version of the centrifuge, that makes sense. And the large steel boiler. Interesting. Outside of that, it appears to be used in making a rocket engine. Of course, it was part of the steam oven. Fluid heat generator, interesting. Solid heat generator. Probably parts of another boiler tech. Either way, this is R8. For a total of 16. To make the cool water entry system. Let's see how it looks. Yeah. Yes. That looks like water goes into it. I've created like 1/20th of a work of art here. I just think that's nice. Like, we've added a tiny bit of style to the factory right now. A little bit of environmental storytelling. Anybody who Greg's knows that this isn't how this works, but you look at it and you just intuitively think, ah, of course, the river is flowing into the factory. The factory is taking in water for factory purposes. It's like, that's what you would do. I love it. This rules. And we even have wildlife stuck on the grill. It's being used for actual machines narratively. It works. It works. I think it's cool. And then we're going to put the reservoir down here. Let's get the reservoir. Okay, is there anything mission critical that the reservoir needs to be here for? Technically, no. Right now, the only things that's using the water right now is the hydrogen and oxygen electrolyzer and the cutting machine in the clean room. Maybe also the juicer and the plastic board thing in general. But that's okay. These water tank sidings have 800 buckets of the stuff between them. This doesn't need to be here right now. Separate to this, we are going to want to bring 2 buckets of our own water Probably should have taken them out of the reservoir first. Eventually, we may want to double up on reservoirs, possibly. Just to have multiple down here, in case we really, really need to consume a lot of water. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the center line. So what say we do reservoir like that? Bucket, bucket. It goes. Now we just need a way of extracting the water that looks cool. It could be as simple as a pipe with a cover on it. I don't remember if the reservoir auto outputs water. Given the fact that it has a big ol' pump on it, I guess not. Crowbar that. Okay, and it seems like the factory is backed up. Water is not actually being taken, which means water has not actually been used. So we've got time to mess with this. And in case of emergency, break cactus. Which means that the best way to export water out of this that would probably look cool maybe just like funnel it into an LV hull or something, and then just have that be flush with the wall and then pump it out. That works, right? Maybe at this point we start just going into Greg functionality and just put a super tank in the floor. Not a bad idea. Still though, even for right now, just having this visual here. Okay, well, it's kind of ugly with the dirt under it because you can see the illusion break, but it's nice. It's nice. I'll keep it open and ugly, simply to remind myself to actually pipe the darn thing. Somehow. Though I do envision having, like, reservoir, 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 reservoir. I've never built more than one reservoir, so I don't know if they can tile right next to each other like that. If not, I can stagger them diagonally under the floor, and then as they pump up to this threshold, I'm envisioning just a wall of pipes, all in parallel, pointing up, and then converging into something a bit more normal and reasonable, like maybe the Railcraft giant tank thing. Maybe the water siding tanks. We just bring them back over here. Not too bad an idea. In that case, maybe I'll put, like, a reservoir here, space, reservoir here. Pump into each of the siding tanks, which will then be, like, 3 and 3. But, like, have more pipes than necessary just to make it look good. No, but wait, you can only pump into a siding tank from the top. In that case, they'll pipe up over it and down into them from above. And that'll look cool, probably. And then from there, we'll just pump it out as normal. Yeah. Great. In fact, let's do that now. This is going to take a lot of pumps. That is okay, though. I accept this. Should I upgrade to large pipe? It doesn't matter, really. I can just do it as is. Okay, next step, large fluid cell with polyethylene. I'll take 2. Put them in here. And just vaguely hope that that's approximately enough. Should be. Could be. Outside of that, I have to move the siding tanks over, but the fact that they're still full means that they're not being used for their intended purpose. So I'll move one over now. Leave the other. So let's give it some altitude to invoke the concept of a regular water tower. And then the pipes will go like, we'll stagger them sort of paralleled. They'll go like 1, 2, 1 space 2, space space 1 space 2. Alternatively, we'd do all 8, but that would be a little awkward and wouldn't actually fit. The little structural support beams, make that look cool. And then leave this one for safety. I got 37 out of that. I'm surprised. I don't know if there's a way to cover a pipe. Okay, I know there's ways to cover like particular sides of a pipe, but I mean like the business end of a pipe. So for the time being, I will ignore that. Import. I know the directionality in this case is completely redundant because these are railcraft tanks and they have directionality built in. But mostly it's for aesthetic. Those are a more normal anti-slosh measure. And we've got water. Oh, that's a problem. The factory technically ends at this point. This would be wall. Maybe that works even better then. Means we're going to need an extra pump, but that's fine. Stick with the protocol right now. I just want to measure this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, out. 6, 7, down, directional. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ow. 6, 7, down, directional. Fill in these. Fill in this. I like this. Little bit of form, little bit of function. The easy fix to making sure that all of these pipes operate the same at any altitude. Oh. Yeah, wait, what am I thinking? Just do that anyway. Any more pipe in here? No. Any more pipe in here? Wrong kind. Let's get a few more plastic pipe. I'm going to lower the... I'm going to lower the reservoir. This also means I need 2 more buckets of purchased water. No, I don't. I can take it from there. Never mind. It's just a matter of figuring out how to cover this up. Bink, bonk. Oh, bonk, bink, bonk. There we go. Next up, we crowbar that. Pipe it. Pipe it. Arbitrarily pick one to be the input. I picked that one, apparently. Set that to import. Set this to directional. Directional. Those directionals are still fine. Oops. It's okay. Wanted that finished. There we are. Water is flowing. Water is also flowing into these. These will fill up and then just be sort of stuck. But that's fine. That's the point. Eventually, we'll move the other siding tank over here, and these will be operating correctly. That means that this can be filled back in and look nice and almost seamless. It will be seamless once we figure out how to deal with the pipe through solid wall interchange. But it looks nice. We're making something. We're making something real and creative. I'm happy about this. I'm really happy about this. Well, it's been 5.25 hours about, and I think I should be done for today. I gotta go back to my regular Greg work of just camping the farm until everything works. But this is fun. This feels like the first step towards, like, the real Gregan. The first Gregification. I don't know what we would call it. Point is, we're getting ready for big structural improvements, and it is possible that progress, like literal progression, will slow down as we move to aesthetics, construction, and this fun. But that's fine, because this is the fun. If I did not find the fun, I would not be playing at all. I follow the fun. I seek the fun. And right now, fun is going to be getting this gigantic factory up and running and being cool and stuff. So look forward to that, I suppose. I'm Exception. This is In TV. Have a good day and good night.